Okay, should be live now. Welcome in, everybody. We are gonna have to start on our drive to the target a little early. We've already got a thunderstorm going up. We are in northeast Nebraska. We're gonna be heading towards Yankton, South Dakota right now. It's gonna be a rough chase because of a lot of flooding. So we had a good tornado yesterday up in Wyoming. We're gonna see what we can find today. Haven't been to this area much, but I think when we cross the Missouri River, service might cut in and out for a little bit. Just kind of the name of the game with the planes. So we're gonna hit the road. And we're gonna see what we can find. Thank you, Grifter, I appreciate it. Welcome in, Inferno. It's a gorgeous day out here. It's pretty humid, but at the moment we've got nice blue skies. Storm should form off to our west, northwest, and north as we go into the afternoon here. We're going to turn up towards our storm, which is right now right on the border. There's another storm that's forming southwest of that, north of Orchard, Nebraska. So we might get up here and decide we'd prefer a storm that's not going into South Dakota. There's a lot of flooding in South Dakota right now, with even the interstate being shut down. There's already a tornado warning out for northwestern Iowa, near Sheldon and Sanborn, Iowa. That is not our target for today. We are chasing further west. Welcome from the UK, that's awesome. I don't get as many tornadoes there, I've heard. Coming up here to McMillin, Nebraska, and we're going to go north here in 5 miles. There's 2 storms going up right now. There's one near Verdigre, and then one off the Nebraska storm is moving north towards Yankton, South Dakota, Utica, South Dakota, and Tabor, South Dakota. There's a very famous tornado from Tabor, South Dakota. I can't remember how to say that. Yankton was my original target today, but I held back southwest just in case. I was really worried about the flooding, so I'm hoping we can get a storm in Nebraska that stays in Nebraska. That would be the easier chase target for sure. Definitely an interesting environment if we can maintain. Definitely an interesting environment if we can maintain discrete supercells. Definitely a concern for today is messy evolution. Up by the river, there is kind of a service hole. Can go in and out of this river, so hopefully it doesn't get as bad as yesterday did for a little bit. But these storms seem to love to set up over coverage holes, so had some issues with the car earlier today as well, but got those ironed out. So we're back on the road now. Going north here in 2 miles. Ended the chase pretty close to this area a couple days ago with that tornado up down by Clarkson, Nebraska. We're only probably 50 miles north of there right now. But southeast South Dakota is about to get hammered with more rain. So there is a very dangerous flooding threat going on right now in southeastern South Dakota, northwestern Iowa, southwestern Minnesota, and even a little bit into northeastern Nebraska. Got some storms going up to our east here. You can kind of see them off to the left there. I think the UK has had more tornadoes than that, but I'm not sure. It's very, very iffy today. Very conditional, I think. I do think the chance is there, though. It's kind of like yesterday where we kind of need some things to go right, but it's definitely possible today. They've got a 5% tornado risk out, which is 5% chance of a tornado within 25 miles of a given point in that risk area. Yesterday we found that tornado in a 2%, and I've seen tornadoes on 0% days. So as long as you've got storms that are rooted at the surface and drawing air in from the surface, there is some tornado threat. So we're gonna go north towards Crofton and Yankton right now. Skies were looking pretty classic this morning, but that's kind of gone away a little bit. Doesn't look quite as favorable. Hoping if we cross at Yankton we'll have better service. I haven't had too many great chases in this area. One of my first chases here, my coolant hose failed, so car broke down, had to get that fixed. And then a couple misses on storms and threats and all that stuff. One time I was up here, it wasn't bad, but every other time I've struggled in this area. It's definitely gorgeous though, and I definitely want to see a good storm up here, so. We've got that storm developing up by Yankton right now. It's moving very slowly. It's a very small storm. And there's that other one further southwest. There is that tornado warned storm in northwestern Iowa right now near Sheldon. Was not going to be able to make it up that far, so I didn't look at that target too closely. Because we were in Wyoming yesterday, that would have been a stretch to make it into Iowa. I did that one other time and it was a pain. They've issued a severe thunderstorm watch for us right now. If these northern storms cross the river into South Dakota, what we might do is just swing southwestward. Might be our best move here. There is a ton of flooding. There are so many closed roads in some counties that they ran out of road closed signs. That's how bad the flooding is right now in southeastern South Dakota, northwestern Iowa, southwestern Minnesota. It is definitely a very, very rough event for flooding, and that may pose the overall highest tornado risk, but it's going to be tough to navigate and get on your storm with all of the flooding and closed roads. Several water rescues have already happened too. It's been very intense. What app do I use to check the? I use a lot of things. For storms specifically, I use Radar Scope, but I'm trying out Radar Omega. And for the forecast, the U.S., we have the Storm Prediction Center, which is a great starting point. I'm not too sure about resources in the United Kingdom. The U.S. has a very, very wide array of weather resources due to how volatile and how large the country is. I'm not sure how available things like that are in other countries. So I tend to use College of DuPage for models, Pivotal Weather for models, Storm Prediction Center. I use the UCAR site for surface observations. There's not just one place that I go, but you'll have to look into your area to see what they have. Sorry that I can't give a better explanation for that. Welcome, Elizabeth. How are you doing? Rocking 5G right now. The storm might go north of Yankton. But we're making good time on it, and worst case, we can get on a storm southwest, which I've really preferred this whole day, but I'm just not sure. I don't have a great handle on what today is. Definitely a weird setup again. Heading on our storm right now. It's starting to weaken, so this probably isn't it. We're probably waiting for further development to our south and west. Definitely an interesting day with supercells definitely likely off the bat. This model just blows up storms here in an hour. And I think we just want to be on the furthest storm south if that does happen. This has it going right through this, what county is this? Is this Boyd County, Nebraska? Northwest of Cretan. That's where the HRRR model has a storm going. Not too sure that's going to happen. Seems like we're struggling a little bit to maintain storms right now, so we need a little bit of extra help. Things might blow up. Definitely had some pop-ups that have gone up and come down pretty quickly. Storms forming in southwestern Nebraska right now, as forecast. Very unhealthy looking storm to our north here. And we really can't see underneath these clouds. We can't really see what's happening. There's kind of a cirrus plume right over our developing storm. So we're just gonna have to use our eyes and see what happens. Check echo tops on radar. It's gonna be that kind of storm chase today. Heading up towards Crofton. We'll be there pretty shortly. This storm west of Yankton looks pretty sorry right now. Might not be what we're looking for today. Storm up by Croft is definitely weakening here. Had that tilted look on satellite, so we're gonna have to reevaluate here. I think we're just looking for something south. Maybe west here. Something go up by Ewing or Orchard, Nebraska, maybe. It's definitely taking its sweet time to get going, but this might hopefully mean that maybe we get a little bit more isolated storms. Less chance of messy convection. We're under a severe thunderstorm watch right now. They did not issue a tornado watch. Just have to see what happens. Wait for something to blow up on radar. I mean, we've still got echo tops as of, well, this is as of 8 minutes ago. On radar, it does look pretty sad. Satellite definitely leaves a lot to be desired. The storm is not very big. It's kind of right on the Missouri River right now, near Springfield, South Dakota, Yankton, South Dakota. Very, very weak shower coming through. I think we'll just wait here by Crofton. Don't want to get too far out of the way just in case something goes up southwest. There's kind of a boundary that stretches from roughly Broken Bow northeast into like Sheldon, Iowa, kind of in that area, and that's kind of where the focus is for tornadoes today. Low-level winds are enhanced right along that. No need to rush to get on this storm. Not much to see on it right now. Definitely need development west, it looks like. Very pretty area up here. What's happening here? The storm is trying so hard to hang on, but it's just so tiny. I mean, this storm is like 10 miles wide. It's not very big. But supercells are not supposed to be particularly massive today, so we'll have to keep that in mind. I just don't like how it's weakening and then strengthening and then weakening, and then it's, you know, it's a very up and down storm. We'll just have to get on it and see, I guess. I almost went to Utah, but I didn't have time. I wanted to get a storm in Monument Valley. There's one passing pretty close to there. Pretty widespread severe weather threat today. Into the desert southwest, up into Montana, eastern Wyoming, even Canada's got some severe thunderstorm watches out. And then there's some severe weather severe thunderstorm watch also on the East Coast for, it's like Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Never been there before. We're just gonna see if this mini storm can survive. This is kind of the story of what it is for me to chase here. We get these really tiny supercells and they just don't survive. This one is not doing too bad. It seems like it's built back a little bit. It is really tiny though. I mean, this is a tiny updraft. Is that it? Off to the left, that might be our little mini storm. So you guys can see that. I need to wipe off the windshield, but there's an updraft and there's kind of an anvil, so that might be our storm. It's kind of tilted, very small. I think that's what that is. Okay, we'll probably just continue up to Yankton if we can make it there. We've got a little mini supercell going through right now. Got kind of a little occlusion thing, so it's not totally uninteresting. It looks like it's getting some inflow too, so we'll have to see. This might just be a odd chase day. Definitely a little bit of a weird setup. still hoping that we get further development southwest, because I do not want to try and push into South Dakota with all of the flooding going on. Very mini storm over there. Hopefully you can see it through the hail damaged windshield we've got. Definitely would not expect this to be our storm of the day. But it is definitely a supercell, so. How many river crossings we've got here? One by Springfield. Alright, well, we'll probably go to Crofton and go north, and hopefully we can get service there. Should be close to Yankton, that's a college town, I believe, so. Our updraft is closer to Springfield, though. Very, very tiny storm. Seems like it's getting cut off a little bit. It's definitely re-intensified a little bit from what it was earlier, but it's really nothing special. I feel like if the year was 1995, this would produce the world's most photogenic tornado. But it's 2024 and storms like this don't produce. This thing is tiny. Probably going to die pretty soon, and we're going to have to reevaluate. Love mini storms. I just wasn't anticipating anything this small. We're going to keep you guys over there, and then we'll turn you the other way so you can see through the other hail damaged parts of my windshield. Yes, I am back chasing. Doing good, Elizabeth. Welcome FS19 TV. Welcome any weather. I'm not sure what the price is for you. I use Radar Scope as my main radar tracking at the moment. I am about to try Radar Omega though, because I've heard really good things about it. So we're coming up here on a decaying storm, it looks like. And we're gonna reevaluate our options and wait for something to go to the southwest. Had a really good stream yesterday. I know I started cutting out right when the tornado showed up. That was kind of irritating. It was a great tornado too. There's a really, really photogenic dust tube out by Yoder, Wyoming. That place is magic. Magic for tornadoes. It's one of the places I consistently get tornadoes. Alright, we're gonna go west here, and I will turn you guys the other way. Alrighty. That's kind of what's left of our storm right now. Windshield needs a big time cleaning. We'll get up there when we stop, or we'll do that up there when we stop. Maybe another storm trying to go up to our southwest. We definitely need a bigger updraft, I think, to support a tornado threat, because this thing is getting tiny. Kind of see that tall tower there. That seems to be what's left of our storm. Still trying to get a photogenic tornado intercept on stream. We've had a couple, but not a great intercept yet. I wish I was streaming during the Holly, Texas tornado. That would have been nuts. But no chase tomorrow, and maybe not chasing Sunday. I've got some prior engagements tomorrow, so I will not be out tomorrow. It'll be nice to have another break. I have done almost 45,000 miles since January storm chasing. And most of that was after March. Definitely a dying storm over there. Wait for something to go up southwest. Already starting to get some pop-ups. Draping back southwest across Nebraska. One near Ewing, another near Chambers, and then something else going up by Brewster. All towns that I happen to have drove through at some point today. But it seems like some new storms are definitely about to form, which is probably going to steal the show away from this little guy here. He's hanging on, he's doing his best, but he's probably not gonna make it. He needs some severe help. So we are by Crofton, Nebraska right now. Once we get a better view here in 2 miles, we'll go north, and if we have service, we'll stop, clean off the windshield, and probably head back west. Maybe something goes up by Cretan or Tilden or somewhere in there. Look at that little guy. Lots of rain up here, so taking dirt roads is kind of a big risk today. This thing is definitely gonna be done after this. It's too small, it's getting fuzzy. Pretty though, but not what we're after. Today is a tornado chase. Structure will be either the bonus or the consolation prize. I love these small Nebraska towns. Very pretty here. We might just stop at this mini mart up here, get everything cleaned off, and watch this little guy die. Maybe go in and get a water or something. Yep, that's our decaying world's miniest supercell. On the left center there. I'll be right back. I'm gonna wipe down the windshield. Grab a picture real quick just to document the chase. I like getting some stills of everything, so I'll be right back and we'll look at chat and figure out what's happening with the rest of these storms. Guy is so dead. It's still trying its best to keep reproducing itself, but ultimately it's not going to work out. Alright. So we are in Crofton right now. Hopefully service is not too bad. Thank you, Inferno. I appreciate it. Trying our best here. Kind of new on this streaming scene, trying to get a feel for things. Mostly did photography my first couple of years chasing, and now I'm trying to get better with video. Videography's been really interesting me this year, so. And streaming. I'm kind of regretting not starting my stream stuff last year, but it is what it is. quiet chat today. So I think we might go down back towards Chambers. Honestly, there's some storms going up down there. It is kind of messy though, unfortunately. Look at satellite here. Definitely a very obvious band where things are trying to go up. I am looking at the right updraft, right? I think so. There is a tornado warning still for Hartley, Iowa right now. A couple chasers are getting on that at the moment. Radar indicated rotation. Definitely another mini supercell out there. Mini supercells are awesome for tornado chasing because they tend to be very clear and not very rainy. So they tend to produce photogenic tornadoes compared to some of the bigger, more powerful supercells. So we're gonna see, we'll probably end up dropping southwest along this boundary here. Don't want to go too far southwest because there is a mess of storms developing out by North Platte, Curtis, Brady, Gothenburg, even out to Callaway, Arnold, Nebraska, Dunning, with some other cells, more discrete cells trying to go up northeast of Brewster and Chambers. So it's just a waiting game to see it's gonna go up. But look at that updraft tilt. Definitely a supercell trying its best to sustain itself. It's just getting weaker and weaker and weaker. That is a tiny, tiny updraft. It's a gorgeous day to be out in Nebraska. Wyoming, Nebraska, and Texas seem to be my consistently the best states for me to chase in. Oklahoma and Kansas have been really hit or miss for me, especially Kansas. Colorado can be kind of finicky sometimes too. But I love Wyoming. Wyoming into western Nebraska and even northeastern Nebraska the past couple of years has been putting on some awesome shows for storms. Was it a year ago? A year ago today, I was sitting in Wyoming staring at my phone soulless while a couple chasers were bagging probably the most chaseable storm of the year in northeast Colorado near Akron. That storm produced like 27 tornadoes or something. And everybody was up in Wyoming staring at their phones like zombies. I drove past that area. I did not even consider it. Wind profiles just weren't supposed to be that good, so only a handful of experienced chasers got to see that. What an event. It was a year ago. And today we're just still waiting on our storm. Still waiting. What a day. Definitely not over yet. We're still waiting for these storms to take off here, so just gotta sit here and kind of enjoy this beautiful day. You can see our updraft in front of us now is kind of disconnected. The bottom part of the storm is no longer connected to the anvil, so it is a dead storm. There's no updraft. The storm will not re-strengthen. You can see it splitting kind of right in the middle there. It was fairly long-lived too. It was doing that for like an hour or so. Now this storm's been going on since, what, 3 o'clock? It's just now finishing up. I think Chambers, I think we do probably just want to start back west just to get on whatever goes up there. There's a cell by Chambers, Nebraska. So maybe we go towards like back towards Plainview. What's it gonna be? What's gonna go? Storm up, going up by Ainsworth. Pretty explosive development. Okay, I think we're gonna go back to O'Neill, honestly. It's about an hour away. Definitely a strong storm going up there, though. And some updrafts definitely starting to get going further west, so we're just gonna truck back that way, I think. Still got almost a full tank of gas, so we got a blast. I just don't want to chase anything really in South Dakota, so don't want to get too far north here. We got baited by this first storm, so now we got to recover. Keep moving here. But I'd rather approach these storms from the west, or from the east than the west. That way they're not outrunning us. Had that issue in Iowa a couple chases ago, in Missouri. Storms were moving southeast and they formed southeast of us, so we were constantly trying to chase them while they were moving away from us. It took like 3 hours and we couldn't even catch them. And they started only 15 miles away. But I have a feeling this Chambers storm might go. Maybe that stuff way out by Ainsworth goes. Just worried about that messy convection down to the south kind of ruining the chances for anything up north here. Tornado warning is gone for northwest Iowa now. Now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. Your Harvey, Everly, they should probably extend that severe warning pretty soon if they're going to, because the storm's almost left that, but we'll see what's going on further west. Just a little worried about those messy storms getting in the way of development further north. But definitely most favorable photographs are in this area in northern Nebraska. So, especially near O'Neill, that's where the best one is right now. Composite indices, see what the significant tornado index is. It's a 2 near O'Neill right now. And a 3, kind of, it might just be that we don't even get a storm in the best environment, which would be crazy. Again, that's like this, that'd be the second time this week Nebraska has done that to us, where we didn't get a sustained storm in a tornadic environment. Slow here. Driving in circles, that is the way of the storm chaser. Trucking this way. Oopsies. A wide shoulder here though. It's not too muddy here. This is not looking good here up here for storms though. It looks really stable. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at these clouds and they're just not looking like what we want to see. So instability definitely seems to be better south. So we are going to follow the ingredients. We're gonna head back towards O'Neill. It's already messy. That stuff near Ainsworth is trying though. There you go. Don't think it's wise to just sit in this 5% all day. I just don't know if we'll get storms there. Maybe some stuff trying to go up to our west, we'll see. some towers going up to our southeast. Just gonna hope that something goes up by O'Neill, because it's gonna be really tough to chase that South Dakota area with all the flooding. So we need like an isolated supercell to go up by O'Neill. I'm not too sure what the issue is, why storms are starting to struggle further east. Don't have a good explanation for that. Maybe cap's a little stronger than expected. Wonder what's going on in Utah right now. I almost chased down there. Lapse rates are low, yeah. We just gotta hope something develops along this boundary. It's really the only chance we've got. There is a nice little storm trying to go up northwest of Burwell and some showers by O'Neill and Ewing. Seems like those storms came through in the morning just a little too late, and the atmosphere is struggling to recover in time. Definitely not over though. Here's our road. Can see some anvils going up southwest, so that's a good sign down there. Tornadoes are not going to like these reduced lapse rates. Check on everything. We are in Nebraska right now. We're heading towards O'Neill, Nebraska. Tornado threat is definitely a little iffy right now. A little concerned with some of these parameters that are coming through relating to instability. Low-level lapse rates are not very good, and mid-level lapse rates are kind of meh as well. We do have solid wind profiles and better instability here to the south, so we're just gonna have to hope that something here does it. I'm thinking there's a cell northwest of Burwell. If we make it on that, that might be our ticket. But I mean, there's a 5% tornado risk, and the severe thunderstorm watch is just not even in half of it. But they just issued, I think, a tornado watch for northern Iowa, southern Minnesota. It's too far for us to make, so we're heading back southwest towards O'Neill. Another storm going up down by Fullerton, it looks like. And Gradients are definitely best on this boundary for tornadoes, but it just might be too stable. Didn't get enough heating during the day, and that might be hurting us. Drifted in my lane. These clouds north look a little bit stable and elevated, so we've got a big time anvil going up southwest. Can't really see the updraft on it, but we've got an anvil, so that's better than nothing, I guess. Up north here, I think it might just be a little too stable. Maybe we should have gone down to Ainsworth. There is a supercell out there. Worried though, because it's trapped behind some of those other storms. So it might just be struggling here pretty quickly. It's very rare to see a tornado event in the plains with lapse rates this low though. Especially as you get into South Dakota, they really drop. Like 5 is just not good. But into Nebraska, they get up to 7.5, and even in Southwest Nebraska, they get 8, 8.5, and even 9 in extreme southwestern Nebraska. So we're just gonna drop a little bit further southwest. What happens with this? I feel like that storm northwest of Burwell might be it. But it's already there. There's also a nice updraft going up southwest. That's got a Is that Fullerton storm? No, that's something else. I think these are the showers going up by Ewing. There's big time towers going up southwest. I think that's our ticket. Definitely some storms going up south. So we're gonna take this road here, and you'll be able to see our updrafts. There's another one trying to go up in front of us. This one's probably not gonna do anything, but the stuff further south looks really interesting. So it's kind of right on that boundary. Best environment is definitely a little bit off to the west and south of us. Should have stayed in O'Neill for a little longer, but I got a little jumpy. I was worried that this boundary was going to start moving east. Thunderstorm for Weld County, Colorado. Some stronger updrafts now. Looking a little bit better. There is a very nice supercell by Ainsworth again. I'm a little disappointed I didn't take that risk. Low level lapse rates are low, so Ainsworth. Just worried that those storms south are gonna mess with it too much. Looking definitely a lot better now. We're gonna turn up this road and then we'll have to decide whether we head all the way to Ainsworth or whether we stop at O'Neill or chase something else. That Ainsworth storm's gotta be 2 hours away. An hour 45, that's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. Better photographs off to the west. Better instability off to the south. What will it be today? LCLs should be fairly solid everywhere. I think down way in southwest Nebraska there is a weakness where there's some drier air. So we'll have to keep that in mind. Not get too far southwest. But 0 to 1 shear is definitely better further west here on this boundary. I'd like to stop and get gas up here. I think there's a Casey's. Maybe not a Casey's, oh well. Keep going here. I feel like we could, I still feel like something's gonna happen here. Man, that Ainsworth storm on the radar looks really pretty right now. I just feel like it's gonna get messed up by everything going south. So I'm just really hesitant to head an hour and a half out that way when we've got storms forming south of us here. To be fair, these updrafts don't look particularly great. Look at our LCL heights here. LCLs are kind of right on the edge of being favorable, 1250, that's still good. But further south, we jump over 1500. So there's definitely a weakness now in central Nebraska. There's like 500 LCLs up in Ainsworth. Or no, never mind, 750, excuse me. Just, I wonder if those low-level lapse rates being kind of poor there will mitigate tornado potential. Because where it tends to be is the steepest lapse rates tend to be the driest air. So it's kind of a balancing act. Hopefully the stream's still going. Location. We are near Winnetoon, Nebraska right now, just west of Cretan, Nebraska. We're going westward. We're eyeing some storms to our south and to our west that are trying to go up here. There's a very narrow area where a tornado is possible today. You get too far south, it's too dry. You get too far north, it's too stable. So we're really it's kind of a tightrope type chase today. It's not a broad area of a favorable environment for tornadoes. It's a very kind of narrow region. There's a storm going up here southwest of Plainview, east of Orchard, and another one near Ewing that looks interesting. We might break on one of these here pretty soon. Like that Ainsworth storm is just going to go down pretty quickly with all these other things going on south. Yeah, that's probably what's happening here. We're going to go south at this next highway up here. Thread the needle between these two updrafts. This storm south of me does not look interesting. West, though, it looks like there's a tower going up that might be not too bad. Just a day where we've got to read and wait. I just feel like that Ainsworth storm is going to go down pretty quick from all these other storms messing with it to its south, and it's also in some, looks like stable air at the surface. Take Highway 14 and go. I just don't like the look of this storm south of me. west looks a little bit better, and southwest looks better. So it's probably gonna be one of those two. So we'll just keep going west for now. Storms are moving northeast today, so we'll just blast through in the path. Really don't want to get in a situation where we have to get to South Dakota just with all that major flooding going on. I believe the interstate's closed right now for flooding in southeast South Dakota. I saw some chasers just having a hard time making it down to the target area today because of all of the flooding. Anybody who was coming from the north. So definitely a major flooding event going on up there. Very pretty out here though. Welcome from Sioux City. Hopefully everything's going good there. I know there's some bad flooding up there. Updraft trying to go up here. These things are looking kind of meh, kind of tiny. Not very explosive development. Just kind of expected for this is disconnected over here. Tornado warning for that Ainsworth storm. Just don't know, there's a lot of convection to the south. just don't know if that thing actually has it. Well, there is definitely a couplet south of Ainsworth, south of Long Pine right now. We're just a little far off of it. I'm just really worried it's going to go away by the time we get there. But everything here looks really sorry, so there really isn't too many other options. Yeah, maybe this thing going up by Chambers might be it. That's a possibility too. But there's just a lot of storms going up now. Watch out, little guy. We'll see if we can make it to this storm, I guess. It's either going to be this one or something that goes up southwest of O'Neill. It's one of these two. There's no other possible play. And it's just going to start taking in all that cold air very quickly. It looks like there's already an outflow boundary about surging northward from those storms. Yeah, there is. It's only probably 10 to 15 miles off this storm, so I mean, that might not even be a viable target. Although this one near O'Neill and Chambers seems to be doing better. What happens here? I think we're just gonna have to settle for this O'Neill storm and hope it gets going. Definitely too messy. That Ainsworth storm is gonna start pulling in this cold air. I wonder if there's if anybody has a visual on it. It's a very low base storm, so you're not gonna be able to see it from too far away. don't know what's preventing even elevated supercells from going up here. A small updraft to our south. It's just exploding near Ainsworth. That's not going to be it. we struggling so hard to get super? It's not like it's even struggling a little bit, it's just we're not even... And up north, I think, is just too stable. So I guess it really has to be this O'Neill storm or bust, I guess. maybe that storm to our southeast goes, but it's just not very... It's not looking too good right now. Is this our updraft? Look at that. Look how tilted that is. Hopefully that's not our updraft. That other storm is completely rain wrapped right now. This might be our updraft. Just go south and hope for something to start spinning on the edge here, because I don't know. Another tornado warning up in northern Iowa from that same cell that had some tornado warnings on it earlier, near Emmitsburg, Ayrshire, Curlew, Ruthven. Tornado warning for those areas in Iowa. We're going to continue out to O'Neill, I guess, and just go south and hope we can get something off of this. We're just getting an explosion of convection right now. I think that this is the updraft for that shower, and it's not good for chasing. Look how tilted that is. Similar problem. Get to O'Neill and go south. I mean, there's not much else we can do. Go south here and just hope something forms on this boundary. It just seems like it's not doing too well for some reason. This almost looks like a left split. Very tilted storm. couplet on it, but which is probably what that lowered area is, just off to the left. But this is just too tilted, too stable looking to be a tornadic storm. Now, that's things south of Chambers. It looks maybe a little better, but we don't quite have the close-up view. So we're gonna hit O'Neill and we're gonna go south. Driving in circles today. Like I said, it's the way of the storm chaser. That one extremely classic radar presentation of a supercell south of Ainsworth is already completely gone because other storms have formed and kind of filled that whole storm in with rain. At 5:30, it was a relatively discrete storm with no convection, and by 5:37 and even 5:40, there is immense rain falling in the RFD from storms to the south, making that, if there is a tornado down, which I think is unlikely now, almost impossible to see. And it's getting choked off with other storms that are forming southeast of it, so no reason to go there either. This thing just looks like a left mover almost, with the precip off on the other side. Storms are too many today. Almost a little cyclonic couplet on this storm. Very weak though. Explains why it's going so far north. So this is a left moving storm, a supercell that is rotating backwards in the northern hemisphere, rotating clockwise. Most supercells in the northern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise. So that's kind of why the rain shaft on this, from our perspective, is off to the left, while the updraft is off on the right. On most other supercells, when you're approaching them from the east, it's going to be the opposite. Updraft on the left or south side, with the rain core off to the north. back in O'Neill. I swear, there might be a storm going up. It's almost another left moving storm. Near Tilden, Nebraska. We're gonna go south. Not looking good for chasing. At least we see a storm today, though. I guess it could be worse. Got a half mile here, and we're gonna go south onto some other storms going up. Boundary seems to just be over convecting. Too many storms. May not be unstable enough to support a supercell at the moment. Too capped, maybe. Too much forcing, I don't know. Not completely sure what's going on. It's funny how this thing just has a little lowering coming off of it. Would not expect a tornado from that. It's moving into the more stable air. Stay back a little so we can see that. Well, we're gonna go south. There's some other storms going up north, but that's all just gonna get messy quickly. And our storms are struggling for some reason. Updrafts here, but we can see it doesn't look like they're raining to the north. It looks like all the rain's getting pushed south. Why would we have only left splits today? Oh, accidentally restarted my cruise. Gotta blast out this way, hope for something. Tornado threat is definitely going down over time now, though. Still a severe weather threat, mostly damaging wind. It's just too messy. We're south of O'Neill, Nebraska, trying to find anything that could give us even just a nice supercell at this point. Corey and Vince were in a car accident? Oh no. Never met Corey, but Vince is a nice guy. Hopefully they're okay. No sign of tornadoes right now. I think tornado threat's pretty low for our area. Seems like we're having a tough time getting supercells to go up. Welcome in, Diane. Yeah, hopefully those guys are okay. They really get rear-ended? I haven't seen anything. Okay, 7-car pileup. What happened? What? Don't think anything here is going to be able to give us a tornado. Just looks too messy. Our updrafts are struggling to stay alive. Might just have to go north into South Dakota. I mean, but it's really stable up there. And I just don't think that that's the answer. Yeah, like lapse rates are what? 5 up there? Below 5.5. I mean, that's just getting out of the range of surface-based. It's got to be capped or something. I mean, maybe an updraft over here. I mean, it just doesn't look good though, it's too skinny. We're south of Nebraska, trying to find any chance for photogenic today. Cell down by Broken Bow has a little couplet. Down by, we're way off that though. I mean, that might be what we have to do, is drop all the way down there. We've got some updrafts and some sorry attempts here, but definitely a really messy evolution so far. Oh, what a nice sound. That sucks. Getting rear-ended on a chase is awful. It happened to me in 2022, but it doesn't look as bad as what happened to those guys. Hopefully they're doing all right. Not much information on it, but it definitely looks like from Corey's stream that, yeah, there was an accident. The most dangerous part of storm chasing is the other drivers. Not the tornadoes, not the hail, not the wind, not the lightning, it's the other drivers. When you're out on the road this much, stuff's bound to go wrong, so. Seven-car pileup. Seems like the car that hit him's a little mangled. I just don't think, definitely sucks. I think we might try and drop to that Ansley storm. We just gotta take this road all the way down to St. Paul. Yeah, that sucks. No problem, James. I mean, I don't do too much. The real people who protect is the National Weather Service and then also the emergency services who come in after. So, do my best to help, but I'm definitely not the most important. We're getting a really messy evolution here. The only interesting thing is way down south, so that's where we'll go. Where the lapse rates are better. Yeah, I think that's a supercell near Mason City, Litchfield, Hazard, Nebraska, it looks like, coming out of this mess. So I think that's going to be our target storm for now. It's moving east-northeast, not moving very fast. About 35 miles an hour. We should get on it near Greeley Center, maybe St. Paul. I just don't trust this stuff further east. It just seems to be pulsing. And further north, those lapse rates are just, I mean, nothing. Like, they're below 6, I'm not really interested. That's very stable air at the surface. I think the saying goes, lapse rates above 8, storms are great. They're below 6 over there, so we're just gonna drop south. Probably reduce tornado threat for sure for this Nebraska target. Maybe if you get a strong enough supercell from that low-level shear, you can maybe squeeze out a tornado or two in northeast Nebraska here in the next couple hours. But that's gonna be a that's gonna be a big order for these storms to do, especially when they're struggling to maintain themselves. Mid-level lapse rates aren't particularly great either. Seems like they didn't have enough time to, the atmosphere didn't have enough time to destabilize again after these morning storms. messy evolution. See if maybe we can get on something interesting. I just think the further north these storms get, the more and more they're going to struggle. That Plainview thing might be the best chance right now, but it looks like it's deviating left wind, which would make it another left moving storm. I'm surprised we're getting left. The only way that we're really going to be getting splits today is if it's too stable at the surface. That might be what the problem is. All that low-level shear is not really doing anything because all these storms are rooted above that layer. So they're not experiencing the wind below. It's a definite possibility. Keep going south, see if we can get something interesting here by St. Paul, Nebraska. Definitely not the look of a tornado day right now. Hoping just for some solid structure at this point. Guy. Oh no. Really hope the stream cut out for that. That storm up by Plainview's left mover. Man, should we get it in Yankton? I don't know, I just don't want to deal with the flooding. I just think lapse rates might be a little low for the tornado, a real tornado threat up north, but it might be too dry, too far, further south. Very disorganized system right now. It just feels like some of these might not be surface based. Especially up north. That storm fast. I have no idea what I'm doing today, dude. Just feels like every time I make a plan, the atmosphere changes what it wants to do. On this big complex of storms further south, but I highly doubt any real tornado with these storms in southeast South Dakota. It seems too stable. There are storms trying to form there though, and maybe if that wind shear is good enough they can handle it, but the way today has been going, just hoping we get something. Another updraft overhead right now, very tiny, very small updrafts. Not a banner chase day at all. We had that one troll storm out by Ainsworth, which we did not even think we had a shot on, and we didn't. May have jumped the gun coming too far west too early, but I tornado threat north. I don't really think there's one south either. I think we're looking at, and if we're looking for south, might just be the move. Of course, I think the atmosphere will hear me say that and do the opposite. Got a mesoscale discussion out for a wind risk. Just a bunch of tiny little mini storms that are struggling. Maybe that stuff up by Yankton organizes. Just have a hard time believing it's going to do anything but be a hail wind threat. And there's also a ton of closed roads up there due to flooding. So Definitely not an optimal chase target there. Further south, low-level shear is weaker. We've already got messy storms. And bases are probably a little too high for a tornado threat, so no target is really catching my eye at the moment. Yeah, those higher bases are kind of moving in north, but that's increased lapse rates. We're at 1,500 meter bases, which is a little high for tornado threat. But further north, where those cloud bases are lower and better for tornadoes, the atmosphere is much, much more stable. Gonna look at the skew T-plots. Yeah, it just looks really stable out there. Northern Iowa definitely looks more conducive for a tornado threat over the next hour or so. But there's no way we make it out there. Very, very disorganized convection today. Well, that Yankton stuff might get going. There's a couple updrafts there that might merge. Looks like a couple supercell structures out there northwest of Breezeford. Vidborg, maybe another supercell type thing near Lennox and Worthing, South Dakota. None of these are severe, still very small, developing. Again, I just don't buy a tornado threat and don't want to waste my time blasting all the way up there. We're also probably too far now. But it does seem like the low-level lapse rates that are better are advecting northward. So that might be the move. That Plainview storm, definitely a left mover. And these storms to our south are very disorganized. Whenever I chase this area, it's kind of the same result. I never really see much, but whenever I don't chase it, it's like really pretty tornadoes. Don't know the regimes for southeast South Dakota very well, if I'm being honest. Nebraska's pretty classic, so is Oklahoma, Kansas. Basically southern plains stuff is, and then you got like the Wyoming, Colorado, western Nebraska, upslope regimes. See what we can get out here. That Yankton storm might be the one for the day. If it can maintain itself and if it can destabilize properly and lift kind of what appears to be a stable layer. Just have my doubts on whether or not that's going to happen. We're going to keep heading towards St. Paul here, see if we can find anything interesting. Keep an eye on that Yankton storm for short-term tornado potential. As far as everywhere else goes, definitely a flash flooding and normal flooding scenario up north, especially southeast South Dakota into southwest Minnesota. They've had a bunch of rain there the past couple days and last night, and more storms should probably be coming through there this evening, which is not going to be helping. Part of the reason I'm heading south is I got places to be back home in Colorado tomorrow, so I can't get too far away here. I'm a little bit limited, but I do sincerely think that that tornado threat up north is definitely reduced, at least until better lapse rates and less stable air can move in underneath those storms. Also looks like there may be a lot going up and some storms forming north of that, which could cause things to get messy here pretty quickly. So we're going to get on this line of storms that's trying to go right now. It definitely is very messy. See if we can chase anything further west too, maybe get on something tail end. It's going to be pretty high base, but it's definitely better than nothing. Gonna get on this storm near Greeley Center, Woolback, Cushing, St. Paul. It's still very messy. Corey just tweeted that he was rear-ended and shoved into vents. Everybody's okay, but his car is totaled. really sucks. I mean, it's pretty common to get, you know, rear-ended on a chase. It happens usually once or twice per year to a chaser. To somebody. It's never fun. It's good that everybody's okay. I had a similar thing happen in 2022. I was driving a Chevy Cruze. I was chasing in Oklahoma. There was a structure day. And I got rear-ended on my way up to the storms, and my car was totaled also. Everybody was okay with that, but I definitely get it. Definitely not a fun day. Heading south right now to what appears to be a sorry shelf cloud. I think June 21st is cursed. More storms going up in the inflow region of this convective system near Litchfield, all the way up to Ord, Burwell. There is a severe thunderstorm up north near Seward, Nebraska. Or not Seward, Nebraska, excuse me, Stewart, Nebraska. Heading towards Atkinson. There was a tornado warned supercell in that area, but it's been kind of absorbed, so I'd expect the tornado threat to be low from that here on out. Hoping to intercept this down by St. Paul. Thank you, Caroline. I really appreciate the 10 bucks. Really helps out the chase. Yeah, that was a bird clay, unfortunately. Now, I never get stuck in the mud, so I usually play it pretty safe. Yeah, it's pretty out. It's just not what we were hoping for. We were hoping for a nice tornado threat over some open country, but I really don't think that's going to materialize. Last hope is that storm up by Yankton, but we're too far off of it to get on it. And the ingredients aren't quite lining up right. We're gonna get on a shelf cloud down here. Definitely not chasing for tornadoes anymore. Just hoping for some great structure, maybe some lightning. See what else we can find here. I wonder what's happening in northwest Kansas, southwest Nebraska. There are some storms over there, but they're going to be really high based. Could be good for lightning opportunities. I don't take a lot of lightning pictures, so it's always nice to get some of those. It's like an embedded supercell trying to maintain its identity down by Hazard, Nebraska. Looks like two little couplets in there, kind of merging in with these storms. Gonna be tough to see anything though with that. It's gonna be very rainy underneath that storm. We'll be to St. Paul, Nebraska here in probably 45 minutes to an hour. Still got half a tank of gas, so we're doing good on that. Major flooding going on in Sioux Falls earlier today. Big time flood event up there. Part of the reason I avoided that area to target. There are so many roads closed. Which county is it? I think it might be. There's a county in Iowa that tweeted they didn't have enough road closed signs due to the flooding. There were so many roads closed for the floods, they ran out of signs. Definitely something interesting trying to happen down south here. We're gonna see if we can get on it. Storms are not moving very fast. We might get some rain. You can see some other updrafts going up in front of us here. That Yankton storm may have a small window to produce a tornado here in the next hour to 2 hours, I think. If it can survive all these mergers and retain its identity. If it can destabilize, if the low levels can destabilize enough where the bases stay low enough, it might have a chance here. Probably going to be a one and done type deal if I had to bet. If it goes at all. Because it might have a brief window to produce and then it either gets too high based or too stable. Getting on a disorganized complex of storms here in central Nebraska. Starting to look a little more interesting here. I used to live down in Grand Island. Chased up and down this road, saw the Spalding tornado just up here at this intersection last year. We got a picture of Reed driving the Dominator in for an intercept. And then earlier this year I had a big tornado down by Wolbeck, huge tornado. This area has been pretty good to me, so So we're heading south on US 281 right now, heading towards Greeley Center, then down to St. Paul for an intercept of a messy storm. Could get a little bit prettier as these bases rise up off the ground and it's not so low. But definitely need to watch those storms in southeast South Dakota here for a little bit. Seems like it's starting to struggle. That storm near Utica, Lesterville. A lot of storms going up there trying to merge and get organized here. And once it does, it may have a brief window for a tornado. Probably not going to be anything particularly too intense, but definitely a possibility. With the wind shear today, main question is it too stable? These storms have been behaving like they're in a too stable environment all day, so I've had a tough time getting a supercell. Had a very classic supercell look on radar near that Ainsworth storm a couple hours ago. It was perfect. It got tornado warned. It went from looking like the perfect, most classic supercell on radar. 30 minutes later, it's messy, engulfed with rain from other storms. So things change fast in this field and we just got to keep up. If you sit on one thing for too long, you might miss the next thing. This is the intersection just south of here is where that Spalding tornado passed. Team Dominator got some awesome data from it. They deployed just up here. I think the only damage it did was I think it bent one of these power lines here. Across like right here. I got a picture of Reed driving into it, so definitely an awesome chase day. That was May 12th of 2023. I hadn't really had too many close range intercept tornadoes before that, so I was definitely shaking a little bit. My first couple of years I stayed far back just to make sure I had a handle on everything. I didn't really try to get close until this year. Definitely some interesting embedded interactions trying to happen on this storm. Storm. That Utica, South Dakota storm seems pretty messy right now. Might have a hard time recovering from this. We're still heading south here. Yeah, I saw that Corey Gherkin and Vince Walty got into a crash from another driver who rear-ended them. Everybody seems to be okay though, so that's good. It's never fun. Welcome from Wisconsin. Never chased up there before. I used to visit, well, we visited twice on vacation. Yeah, I put my photos from Spalding on my Instagram, I think. It's been a while though, and then on my Twitter. Have to repost them again because that was a really crazy day. out of the tornado threat, most likely. Gonna be more of a damaging wind type deal from here on out, especially over Nebraska. Maybe some threat kind of up in the Sioux Falls to Sioux City region, but I would bet it's very low today. Can't be mad about chasing this day though. Yesterday in Wyoming was incredible. So had that nice green storm, had a high base funnel for a second, and then we got a nice little dusty tornado yesterday. Something's going around us here. Storms here aren't severe warm, hoping that maybe these high bases can give us something photogenic here as these storms move eastward into some drier air. Definitely a messy look. Keep checking on that South Dakota storm, seeing what's going on there. I just really don't know that it's going to be able to survive this. Well, you know what? There's a little supercell developing near Utica. Really just blew up on radar here. North of Utica and Mayfield, South Dakota. Storm just rapidly intensified on the south side of those other storms. We'll have to watch that. There is zero way we make it up there in time. We committed too far west too early, so we're gonna keep getting down here, see if we can see some good shelfy structure. Another small little storm. Not even severe one yet, but got a lightning barrage, and it's got the look of a very mini supercell. Yeah, I saw they've been hit, but thankfully it seems like everybody's okay, so that's good at least. Not how you want to be spending your chase day though. I really wonder what's going to happen with that cell by Utica, South Dakota right now. It could just fall apart here. That's what most of the other ones have been doing, but it does have a chance if everything goes its way. Could get a brief little tornado out of that. Would not expect anything particularly intense though. No funnel cloud reports, no wall cloud reports, so see, there's definitely a narrow window for it. Alright, we just passed through Greeley. We're going to keep going south. Should be getting a shelf cloud off to our west here pretty soon. Supercomputer will update the environmental analysis here in the next 5 minutes, so we'll look at that. I wish my GoPro didn't blow out every highlight, but it tends to do that. Storm's definitely picking up speed here. You can see kind of the edge of the shelf cloud off in the rain. It's pretty ugly. Very low to the ground. Happening up by Yankton, or Utica, I mean. Yeah, it's gotten kind of messy again. Definitely getting some more multi-cell structures here, so tornado threat will continue to decrease for that area, in my opinion. Hopefully we can get any semblance of structure, but it looks like there is a little appendage trying west of Howard City. I mean, these storms are kind of having some minor supercell structures and then losing them pretty quickly. So to the point where it's unclear if they even are supercellular. Somebody posted a picture of that Utica, South Dakota storm, Michael Mars. He's a great chaser. Definitely looks outflow dominant at the moment. Almost through the bad service area, I promise. Definitely just getting messy though. Yeah. Okay, it's recycled again near Utica. Still just doesn't have the look to it. It looks very similar to that stuff we chased in southeast Nebraska on the 15th. Where it just looked kind of outflowy and not quite right. Doesn't mean it can't reorganize, it just means over this current cycle, unless it dramatically reorganizes, probably not the biggest tornado threat on it. Storms are forming out ahead of this, feeding into it. Almost a woolback right now. We're going to continue south towards St. Paul. Definitely a wacky setup for sure. We got an updraft south. We got some really low. We got a really low shelf cloud right now. Very ominous. It's just coming over the horizon. Just gonna keep diving a little bit south though. For a good shelf cloud out here. Definitely turning into a little bit more of a Boeing line segment, but there are storms forming and feeding into it still. These updrafts off to the left are forming, being almost pulled into this convective system to the west, which is our right. that Utica storm's definitely getting a little bit more of the look on radar here. Very tiny supercell. Storm off to our east right now. We're kind of sandwiched between this bigger system and this weaker storm that's formed off to our east. Rough looking shelf cloud to our west right now. Disorganized convective system. So we keep moving south just in case we can get something on there where it's a little bit higher based. Not going to be able to see much through the hail dent we've got, or hail crack I mean, but it's a shelf cloud we're dealing with right now. It looks kind of sorry. Very, very dangerous flooding events still ongoing in southeast South Dakota. A small supercell near Utica. It's not moving very fast at all. We are down by Cushing, Nebraska, just west of there, east of Elba and north of St. Paul on Highway 281 going south. Oh, this guy is fishtailing. You should be okay, Mez. It's mostly just a flooding threat for you right now, so as long as you heed those warnings, you'll be okay. Definitely a dangerous flooding event though, so stay safe from that. Make sure you heed those warnings. Lots of rain coming through there, so tornado threat is very, very low in that area though. Here in about an hour, I wouldn't be surprised if they reduce the tornado risk to either 2% or even 0 for this area, so. Definitely an outflow dominant supercell still near Utica, South Dakota. Definitely a nice storm to get on though, it's slow moving. I feel feels like we might have an attempt at a supercell near Rockville, but our storm is, there are continually new updrafts being formed and pulled into our storms down here. It's not severe warning, not even a special weather statement, but definitely got a mean look to it. Pull off for a second if I can find a spot, show you guys. There's a road right here. Hopefully we have some view of this. We should have a little bit. What a great sound. Very ominous shelf cloud coming over the hills out here. Very low to the ground, but not a very strong storm. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning out for this. There is a special weather statement for 55-mile-per-hour winds, so definitely not a weak storm, but under severe limits right now. I'm gonna get out and wipe the windshield. I'll be right back. Keep watching that Utica storm from a distance here. You can only look at it from radar and Twitter because we committed too far west. So I'll be right back. Grab a picture real quick. Really haven't seen that much today. tripoded the camera because it's getting a little bit more quiet, so. Close to us, but we're watching a shelf cloud come over this hill right now. Solid supercell east of Utica, northeast of Utica, South Dakota right now. Definitely in kind of an outflow dominant phase. Not what you would consider for a supercell tornado threat. It can quickly reorganize though, it does not take that long, but I have a feeling there's so many other storms going up. It's so stable at the surface that it just might not get it done. We've got some rain forming and coming in from the south, so we're probably gonna bail here. Not the worst things. Mean shelf cloud though. Solid shelf cloud, very grungy. About to overtake us to the north, so we're gonna go south. There's a couple supercell structures out by Litchfield, Hazard, Mason City, Nebraska. So we might go over and see what that's all about. I'm gonna back off of this though. Fix our mount here. Let's get moving before these roads get too slick. This river is very, very high right now. All right, continually go south here. Some supercell-ish structures embedded by Mason City and Sumner, Nebraska, and maybe something near Howard City on the south side of this. Getting at least a little bit interesting here. To see that low scud over there. Once we get through these trees, if you can see through that hill crack. Yeah, it definitely looks more like a flash flood threat, especially up north. Damaging wind, also likely with this system. I think the tornado threat is very, very low right now. I think the highest chance of a tornado is that storm in southeast South Dakota. Still trying to organize there, but I It just doesn't quite have the look. It might be too stable at the ground for a tornado. Tornadoes need lots of unstable air near the surface, and that's kind of one of the problems up north. East of Utica, south of Mayfield, South Dakota, north of Mission Hill. That's where I would expect the highest threat to be short term for this region, but again, it does not look very likely at all. We are on a messy storm system right now. Special weather statement out for it. Maybe kind of a tail end Charlie down by Cozad, Nebraska, Lexington. Kind of some updrafty stuff going on back there. We get gas here. We could get gas here. Maybe a messy embedded supercell to our southwest. We're heading south. We're gonna probably cut around the storm at Howard City, Cairo, somewhere in there maybe, and go around. Maybe cut through the south side. There's a pump and pantry up here if I remember right on the left. I don't remember. Is this St. Paul? There's a Casey's here too. We'll just be here. We're gonna go get some gas real quick. We are in St. Paul, Nebraska, I believe. Hopefully the car starts back up. We were having issues with it starting earlier, but we gave it a couple minutes and it started fine after we tried it like 10 times. So we need to fill up with gas just in case we're getting a little low. So I'll be right back. Back, everybody. All right, car started perfectly. Not sure what happened earlier, but seems like we've got it fixed. I think we just need to keep going southwest and keep jumping on the most interesting part. Utica storm's got another RFD surge in South Dakota. Still not even a severe thunderstorm warning, but there's a lot of stuff forming in and around it. It's like maybe kind of an outflow type situation happening there already.
south of Mayfield, north of Mission Hill. Very small storm. It's going to get messy very quickly though, just like that storm by Ainsworth, Nebraska a couple hours ago. This one doesn't seem to quite have it together as much. It is a little bit of a couplet though, so maybe all these interactions could get something interesting going. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Gotta figure out what our storms are doing. It looks like there's kind of a tail end Charlie supercell north of Howard City. So we're gonna head south to St. Library. I used to live in Grand Island actually, just moved out this year. So we're gonna head down in that direction, I guess. Definitely some strong thunderstorms, but not severe yet. Just below severe limits. Going here. Seen the floods in Madison? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was up, if you're talking about Madison, Nebraska, I was up near Clarkson, Nebraska. I saw a couple tornadoes up there. Yeah, well, flooding will cause us more fatalities every year than tornadoes. It's very, very dangerous. Turn around, do not drown. Water rushing across the road, you never know how deep it is, so. Keep going here. Definitely outflow dominant for our northern stuff, but there might be just a little embedded supercell type thing here. Maybe on the south side. And then maybe down by Litchfield as well, kind of bowing back into a line, and maybe a hailer out by Cozad. All these storms are very outflow dominant right now. They're pushing cold air out faster than they're drawing warm air in. Will lead to a reduced tornado threat on top of all of the other problems with the environment today. Stuff is getting really messy. Mess around with our settings to keep all these highlights from being blown out. Side load containment? I don't even know what this is. Looks like an embedded supercell. Very, very messy convective evolution today. Seems like tornado-wise, it's been pretty quiet everywhere.
get a little bit more structure on this. Definitely a mean shelf coming into view again further south now. So close to where I used to live. Check on that South Dakota supercell real quick. It's just getting messy. There's so many storms going up around it. This could either short-term reduce or increase tornado potential and hurt long-term, or just hurt it right off the bat. I just wonder if it's too stable. Tornadoes feast on hot, humid air, and it's a little cold, it seems like. Can't tell if this is an embedded supercell or this is just convection rising north. I'm not too sure. This road take us? See it? Yes, it will. No storms forming south of us now, so hopefully this road's not too muddy. We're picking up dust, so we're fine. Definitely shelf clouding everywhere. It definitely seems like this is not a supercell and more likely just storms forming and then moving into this line here. We are on Friend Road right now. North of Grand Island, Nebraska, looking westward. Get a good view, maybe, without service tanking too much, like a gate or something up here. I don't want to just park in the middle of the road. Road up here should work perfectly. Maybe there's a road up here. It's not a road.
messy storm system for sure. South Dakota storm's got some rain falling and it's hook right now. Still minimal rotation on the radar. I think these storms are just slightly elevated. Just not pulling air in from the surface completely. Wow, look at these winds. Wow, it smells bad over here. Well, we might just return to the highway. I cannot handle how bad this farm smells, so we're going back. Some lightning. Only there's lots of flash flooding warnings out right now. That storm in South Dakota is getting really messy, so there's another one that just had an RFD surge. It goes up Beresford, south of Sioux Falls, southwest of Canton. Well, maybe the one to watch short term here. But again, I think these are just gonna not be very efficient tornado producers due to the more stable air close to the ground. Take me back to the highway. Shot Mr. Rabbit. Alright. Give me a good view, please. There's gotta be somewhere up here I can see. This might just be an embedded little supercell, actually. Alright, I can just turn and point now. We're on a little bit of a hill. Turn. Scud bomb going off to our south. It's just a scary looking cloud. No tornado potential with this, most likely. Here. There we go. Shelf cloud, perhaps an embedded supercell. Maybe. Very low and scuddy. Man, it's a messy, messy day. Definitely a big time flash flood risk up here. Or up in South Dakota, I mean, into southwestern Minnesota. It's going to be the main threat going forward. Shelf cloudy. Rolling in here, we are in our
8 miles southeast of St. Paul, Nebraska, looking west right now at this kind of tail end Charlie storm. Definitely got a mean look to it, but still not severe, just a special weather statement out for 50-mile-per-hour winds. And pea-sized hail. Yeah, I saw that, Patty. That really sucks whenever that happens. It's the most dangerous part of doing this, is the other drivers. Everybody thinks it's, oh, the tornadoes or the flooding. Nope, it's the other drivers. Very nice shelf coming in. Not the strongest storm in the world. I don't even know what this stuff is doing. I wonder what that stuff further southwest looks like. There's some drier air back there. There's flash flood warnings everywhere in southeast South Dakota, even in north central Nebraska. O'Neill, kind of towards Atkinson, there's a flash flood. Bassett, there's a flash flood. Burton, lots of flash flooding all the way up through that area. I'm dealing with a lot of flooding over there, especially today. I know some chasers who are having a tough time making it to the target today because of all of the rainfall and all of the closed roads. So up there, especially southwest Minnesota, it seems like the main threat's still going to be flooding for now. Getting into southeast South Dakota, that seems like the main thing as well. I bet they reduced the tornado probabilities significantly to either 2% or even 0% for most of the area here. Some messy storms further southwest, even a severe thunderstorm moving towards Gibbon, Kansas. Some other multi-cell, pseudo-cell type things going up southwest Nebraska. Very low shelf here. Picture, I'll be right back. this shelf is off to the north of us. We're kind of on the southern fringe of it. I just can't tell what this is. It's like it wants to be a supercell, but it's just not quite there. Definitely a great shot though north with all these these rows of corn. Here in probably about 2 minutes. Actually take my camera back out and get another shot. Looks like some more actual supercells further west here. Kind of some stationary storms near Hayes Center and Wellfleet, Nebraska. Might go check that out. they kept the 5% tornado risk, they just moved it a little bit east and south. They removed the tornado risk for most other areas though. 5% is from roughly Pierce, Nebraska, up to Freeman, South Dakota, and then east towards Edwardsville, Minnesota, down towards Livermore, Iowa, Lake City, Iowa, Macy, Nebraska, and Wisner, Nebraska. Kind of a loop there, so they definitely still see some potential there. I'm surprised it wasn't lowered, so just give it storm mode. They are the best in the business, so. You still see some tornado potential in northwestern Iowa, extreme northeastern Nebraska, extreme southeastern South Dakota. No way we would be able to make it up there in time for any of this, and it's all very messy. Time lapse. We're gonna probably go southwestward, I guess, and just keep chasing these things down. I mean, greatest tornado threat is definitely northwest Iowa. I just really wonder if there's going to be something that can even take advantage of that environment, and the environment itself has some problems. So I'll point you guys. Got like a little shelf slash roll cloud down here, and then we will go on our merry way southwestward. Big time shelf on the horizon here, but I wonder if we can get better structure southwest with these higher storms and a little bit more discrete storm mode. Get everything just in here. probably gonna hit the interstate. Maybe go west. There's some more isolated development in southwest Nebraska. So if I can stay discreet and not die when we get there in like 2 hours, that would be nice. Tornado threat has almost been eliminated in Nebraska, just that far northeastern area that the Storm Prediction Center maintains a 5% risk for. On something more interesting here. Yeah, Parker, it's always beautiful out here. Crickets, birds, and just kind of the rustling of the wind. Hans, we were in just southeast of St. Paul, Nebraska, northwest of St. Library. We're heading south right now to get on some different storms because this is gusting out and getting weaker, I think. Tornado threat's pretty low over here. We committed to this western stuff and it really hasn't worked out. But main risk is definitely still flash flooding, especially with some of these training storms that are rolling in Nebraska now. I wonder if we might get a couple flash flood warnings. Kind of along highway, what is it? I can't remember what highway this is. Is that 91? I don't remember. But let's check our rainfall. 3-hour rainfall. Mason City, Berwyn, Broken Bow, they've had 2 inches of rain in the last 3 hours. It's definitely not the rainiest system ever, but could see some warnings issued for that. National Weather Service of Des Moines just tweeted this. Heads up, northern Iowa, this is not your typical heavy rain event. Torrential rain in such a short time will cause washed out roads, water in homes, and flooding in places that have not flooded before. Some may even experience impacts never seen in their lifetime. So very, very strong wording from the National Weather Service in Des Moines for that flooding event going on in northern Iowa, southern Minnesota, southeastern South Dakota. Just be prepared if you're in those areas. Problem, Hans. I just have a tough time buying that these storms are going to be able to fully take root in northwestern Iowa and produce tornadoes. I'm just not sure if I think that that's a big possibility here. Definitely some other storms going up here, but I want to see what this high base stuff to the west is all about. There's definitely a couple supercells floating around south of North Platte and Curtis, maybe north of Lexington as well. So I think we're going to take Interstate 80, go westbound, come through Grand Island here. And see what these things are about. Not too sure what to expect. Our main target has failed a long time ago, so we're already off of it. Wonder what this hail's looking like by North Platte. The Weather Prediction Center has a moderate risk for excessive rainfall that extends from extreme northeastern Nebraska, southeastern South Dakota, southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, into the southwestern corner of Wisconsin. Very, very dangerous flooding event. They've already had widespread flooding in that area this morning. Continued rainfall there is really not what they need. So big time rain event going on. Back west on these training storms here. On US 281 right now, we are about to cut through Grand Island and hit the interstate. Go westward and see what we find over there. Hoping for some pretty high base storms with some lightning and maybe a hail intercept. I don't want to chase anything too far north or east. I've got to be back home in Colorado tomorrow morning, so that's why we're not doing the flooding threat tonight. Need to do more stuff like that. I'd like to try and get out for monsoon this year for maybe a week or so. Down in like Arizona. Visited down there a couple times now. It's gorgeous. There's a tornado threat down there that I almost went to today. But I decided against it due to the distance from where I had to be tomorrow. And where I ended last night. So we're gonna, got 10 miles till we hit the interstate. I want to see what these storms are looking like west. Just any storm, any level of structure here I'd be pretty happy with. a long time since I've been to this part of town. I don't remember that pump and pantry being there. There's that Scooters over there, the Wendy's. Man, that line is long. It's already 8 o'clock. So we can get on some nice storms at sunset. It's kind of the hope for today. Used to be a bread co in this area. It closed one day. I just showed up and there was a note on the door. Very disappointing. I love Panera. Where was it? I thought it was right up here somewhere. Maybe we drove past it already. It's on the left. I think we drove past it. Up here on there's the cold storm. Still no tornado warnings out for our target area. Definitely some flash flooding still going on right now. It's going to be a long night for those areas with torrential rainfall. Still some special weather statements for some multi-cell / supercell structures out to our west here. That's what we're trying to get on now. Strong thunderstorm near over St. Paul, heading into Fullerton, Belgrade. Not severe warned, but special weather statement out still for 55-mile-per-hour winds. Wonder what if we can get on anything by Lexington. running. Building a hotel there. Been a long chase day. I'd like to see some structure that isn't grungy today. Best chance for that's going to be west here. Let me make sure, check our LCL heights. Some enlarged 0 to 1 shear here. LCL heights right on the edge. LCLs really aren't that high. I'm wondering. I don't know if alright, 1 mile till we hit this interstate. Go westward until we can find something nice. The storm should be ongoing for a while now. They're not gonna just fall apart at sunset. Oh shoot, I didn't realize there was a light here. Whoops. Oh, I gotta back up. Oh, that was my bad. I definitely need new tires. Tripod's okay. Alright, let's see if we can find something else. Bases are pretty low, but I think the thermodynamics should favor some more pretty stuff down here. And the wind profiles are pretty good. There's a lot of low-level shears, so maybe we get some sort of nice surprise here. And these roofers are high.
Building a Fat Dogs here. A lot of building going on here. All right. Almost, what is that? Almost 45,000 miles on my car this year, nearly, and about 200 miles. Alright. Lots of clouds though. May not be the most photogenic thing ever. We need to find some dry air. Get on the back side of a storm for a nice sunset too. Sunset's probably going to be here in 30 minutes or so. I think it's about 9 o'clock in Nebraska this time of year. Summer solstice was yesterday. Lexington sunset time. 9:14. Okay, so we got like 45 minutes. Still no tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings up north right now. Still flash flooding is the focus. I don't really think that's going to change. Less humid as you go west. For a great sunset. Go home and hang out tomorrow, and then I might be back on the road Sunday for a chase on Monday in the Dakotas. Environment does favor supercells right now. Lots of flooding going on still. Check our warnings here. No active severe thunderstorm warnings in the US right now. They're all up in Canada. So lots of flash flooding going on. It's a very dangerous situation up there. Definitely getting a little messy though. Get on that storm, I think, northwest of Kearney. There's like a couple embedded supercells, it looks like, near Pleasanton as well.
should be back. Try and get on one of these storms here. Lapse rates are pretty bad today. Love a good sunset. When can we be to Amherst? Or maybe a Pleasanton. We're in 39 minutes. Alright, we just gotta pass here. Oh, it's punching through the grass. There's a definite supercell by Amherst. At least I think, it looks like it. It's been kind of messy today, so I'm just not quite completely sure. Lapse rates have been pretty poor today. Huh. Supercell northwest of Kearney. We're going to try and get on this, hopefully get something solid at sunset. Those other storms back behind it though might just prevent any light from making it through. There's a lot of clouds in the mid-levels. Getting there. That's the anvil of those storms down by McCook. Be ideal. We'll take this exit in 1 mile, head towards Gibbon. But I don't know if we do this updraft right there. Strong thunderstorm look. Well, not a severe thunderstorm look, I should say. This is that storm near Amherst right now, north of Kearney. It's having some cells running behind it, so so many low-level clouds blocking this updraft. It would be very pretty. Have some good structure on this.
Seems a little bit elevated, but I'm not going to turn you guys, because by the time we get to this intersection, I'm going to have to turn you the other way. About 30 minutes till sunset. But I have a feeling it's going to be blocked anyway from all those other storms further west. We are in Gibbon, Nebraska. Bring it down a little more. Oh shoot, are we not gonna? Oh, okay, there's a bridge, we're good. We've got a bridge. I was worried that this train we wouldn't be able to get through. Some solid structure. Is this Scott Avenue right here? Yeah, it is. Get anything up here, we'll probably just call it. Definitely a messy system. Don't mind no tornadoes as much as long as we get some organized storms, even if it is a shelf cloud, but today it's been really messy. Feels like I'm chasing the Midwest. Like the actual Midwest, like Illinois or Indiana. It's not bad. Got another shelf cloud, I guess.
too many mid-level clouds to be super photogenic. Just a little too humid up there. Shelf cloud here on the edge of the rain. Take a left right here. Not really chased this area too much. Been through here a couple times, but I've only seen one good storm, and that was that June 7th photogenic supercell that came through this area 2 weeks ago. Actually, 2 weeks ago today. If we had just maybe a little bit less humidity, we'd have a way stronger storm. It was a little bit drier, a little bit steeper lapse rates. This would be an awesome storm. We'd have a great view right now, the whole updraft. But no such luck today. Almost just flanking line convection. To be on the lookout for mud roads here. Grungy shelf cloud. Seems like this is just all outflow. We're way further south from the storm, so. Figured I'd get improved service up that hill. Well, I don't care what anybody says, that's not a road. Crazy how flat it goes to just being really like this. Here's our shelf. Our storm's tucked back behind this. So Gibbon, Nebraska, looking at a shelf cloud right now. Tornado threat is 0 out here. This is all outflow dominant. It's all outflow dominant. Storms are not really pulling much hot air in. So that tornado threat's low. A lot of flash flooding warnings going. A lot of flash flooding going on. Southeastern South Dakota, Minnesota. Definitely a huge risk for flash flooding out there tonight. That risk also kind of exists out here into Nebraska. Storms right now, elevated supercells.
A special weather statement out for this storm, 55-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing too crazy with it. Very, very elevated. Well, I think that that's probably going to call it for our chasing today. I'm going to go to Colorado tomorrow. So, from a chasing perspective, today is definitely over. We've got elevated supercells moving through the area with lots of flash flooding, minimal tornado potential, mostly a damaging wind threat with a flooding threat. So I think it's probably a good time. Very pretty storm today when they survived. Definitely did not unfold as I expected. Had that one surprise supercell happening there anyway. So I am hungry. I'm gonna go get some food and then I'm gonna blast back home tonight. And you might see me again Monday at the earliest. I think it's when my next chase might be. Not too sure yet. I'll have to keep looking at it and I'll keep you guys posted. So thank you guys so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. We're gonna go tonight and head home and get some rest for these next couple days. It seems like the Midwest and might wake up, so we want to be ready for that. It's been a long season and it's going to keep going, so I'm not gonna force anything and we're gonna call it. So let me get this open here. So I really appreciate you guys joining me. Thank you so much for watching, liking, and subscribing. It really helps out the channel. And it's been going awesome. It's been a lot of fun to do. So hopefully I can keep doing this, especially next year. So even this year, I mean, I'm going to be out whenever I can. So I really appreciate it. Stay safe.